And I'm live. That is pretty cool. Today is 18th of April 2026, Saturday. And let's just start. What we have to do is we have to understand Terraform. What is Terraform? Terraform is like you could say command line tool in which in some files you describe what you want in your AWS in your AWS account, and Terraform just creates those things, and like creating a EC2 instance and allowing SSH access and opening some ports, security groups and stuff. You just define all of that in a file, in a Terraform configuration file, and Terraform just talks to your AWS account using a API key and makes all that possible. So that is pretty cool. And we are going to understand how Terraform works, or not how Terraform works, how to make Terraform do things. And like these are the basic things which we need. And let's see what these are. VPC, we need to create a VPC. Inside a VPC, we need to create a subnet, and we need to attach a gateway, not gateways, and there is a single gateway for a single VPC, a gateway to that VPC, and in the routing tables, we will connect a subnet to the gateway through the routing tables in a certain VPC, and make security groups, which is firewall settings for a specific EC2 instance. And yeah, after that we would be able to connect to that EC2 instance. So pretty cool. Yeah, time is there. Cool. So what is VPC? Yep, we have the same thing from yesterday, and we'll just add a few more things. A gateway, a VPC. Every VPC has a single gateway. Every VPC has a single gateway, and using a routing tables, and let's say, yep, this is like a single subnet, this is a subnet, this is a subnet, and using routing tables we will connect these VPCs with each other. We will connect these subnets with the gateway so that anyone can access these things, which is pretty cool. Brown is subnet, cool, and then blue is routing table, cool. Cool. And all of this we are going to do using Terraform, and that is a nice ASCII art made by Claude. Cool. Yep. Terraform init. Shit, there is nothing here. So let's create something in main.tf Terraform. Here we will, yes, Terraform.ASCII art, Terraform boilerplate. We are going to use some resources, and we should also go to Terraform AWS provider. What are the resources in this provider? AWS, like this. So how to define a provider in Terraform, main.tf Terraform AWS source, this required version for Terraform, required providers. We define here the providers, and then we set some provider settings. Cool. And then yeah, whatever you want to set. After that, variables, yep, we will also add some variables which we don't actually need, but it is good practice. Terraform here required version for Terraform. Greater than equal to 1.1. No, what is the version that we have? Terraform version. We have 1.14 on Darwin. 1.13.0, let's say. And then required providers, AWS. We give some, yep, from where we are getting this provider and what is the version of this provider. Cool. And we are getting AWS from here, providers slash HashiCorp slash AWS. Cool. And some AWS settings. Provider AWS for this region. We need to set the region, which we can directly say region equals AP South 1. We can say this, and we are getting error because AWS is not installed. So Terraform init to install the AWS provider so that Terraform can communicate to AWS. Installing HashiCorp AWS. And either we give in the region like we did manually, hard coded, or we can have a variables file in which we are providing making like variable AWS region. We can make a variable dot tf, and variable will be named AWS region, and name, I guess we give it name, no, type description, type is string, description is AWS region, value is AP South 1. Value is not expected here. Default, okay. Using the default thing, we given the value here, and now here instead of saying this, we can say var.aws region. Cool. And this would still work. Terraform init. Cool, it works, no error. We can define more variables. Variable, let's say instance type would be string, description is instance type, and default is T2 micro. No, default would be something else. AWS AP South, sign in. AWS. And fingerprint. Cool. And also, I guess this can come in a separate file, providers.tf. Terraform build shit. Terraform help. How do we test? Execute integration tests for Terraform modules. Terraform test. Okay, how to check if the current Terraform config doesn't have error, like test backend validate. Terraform init and Terraform validate. Check if the configuration is valid. Okay, using the validate command. Cool. In yep, instance type, the free instances. Cool. These are the ones, and we will be using T3 small. This one, T3 micro. This is small and this is micro. They have different costs, so let's use this one. T3 micro is the one. Variables.tf T3 micro. Cool. T3 micro is the one we are using. Providers. Okay, now let's, yep, we have some stuff set up. Now first of all we have to create a VPC. Okay, let's make a file where all this networking stuff would go. Networking.tf. We are going to use a resource called AWS VPC, and the name of that VPC, main is cool. Networking.tf. Yep, main would be the name of this VPC. AWS VPC. API gateway. Resource VPC. Shit, where is the, okay, here, VPC, AWS VPC inside VPC, makes sense. So to create a VPC, we do something like this, and we define what would be the range of that VPC, the like local area network. What would, in this CIDR block defines what is the local, or you could say private IP addresses of EC2 instances inside that VPC CIDR block, and there are by default 3 choices. You will go with this, and this means that this is a IP address. Like this thing can have values from 0 to 255. Same for this, same for this, same for this. And /16 means the first 16 bits, which means 2 bytes. 16 bits mean 2 bytes, and 2 bytes are represent, this one number represents 8 bytes. 1 byte and 2 are represented by the first 2 numbers. So this 16 means the first 2 bytes are going to be fixed, and these 2 can change in whatever way they can change, and that is the network for this VPC. Cool. And what are the different things we can give? Tags. We can give a tag to this VPC. Name. His name. Okay, yep, name is a thing we can give it. VPC. Okay, we have a VPC created. Cool. We have a VPC created. Okay, we need to create a subnet now. Apart from the VPC, we need to create a subnet, and that also comes AWS subnet. subnet inside VPC. Yep. To create a subnet, we give it a VPC ID, CIDR block, and this CIDR block must be within the VPC CIDR block, and then tags. Okay. Subnet resource AWS subnet, the name would be main, say main is totally fine, and this requires at least the VPC ID AWS VPC dot main dot ID. Cool, we defined main here. Cool. And CIDR block for this would be, it has to be within this VPC CIDR range. If it is not, then we will get error. /24, this is within the range, and this name tag. Cool. So we have a subnet now. Okay, we have VPC, we have a subnet, this brown thing. Now we need a gateway. Let's see how to make a gateway. I guess gateway would also be inside, same thing, inside VPC. Gateway, shit, there is no gateway. API gateway, internet gateway. NAT gateway, VPC, NAT, internet gateway. Yep. Provides a resource to create a VPC internet gateway. Yep, that is what we need. It takes in the VPC ID, the name, gateway name. Cool. Gateway AWS internet gateway name is main, and this takes in VPC ID, which is equal to VPC dot main dot ID. Cool. And just tags. Name would be internet gateway GW. Name here is internet GW. Cool. Okay, we have a gateway now. Now we need to add a routing table so that any EC2 instance which is within the subnet is able to access this gateway. I guess this might be a bit more complicated. Let's see. Routing. Connect. I guess this AWS Connect routing. What does this do? Provides an Amazon connection routing profile resource. For more information, go there. Connect. Getting started. Low. Instance. Wait, why does it take instance ID? I guess this is not what you want. AWS VPC routing table. Terraform. What? Oh shit. AWS route table is what we need. AWS route table provides a resource to create a VPC routing table. Yes, that is what we need. A VPC routing table. This takes in a VPC ID, and this is how we create a route. Inside this routing table with this name, we create a route. This thing is connected to this gateway. Okay, and routing tables just connect subnets to gateways and nothing else. Okay, that would be a bit strange. Tables in AWS. only connect subnets to, because like there, what are the properties we can give inside route? In all the examples, they have only given CI, network interface ID. What are the different parameters inside a route, inside a route table inside a route table in AWS VPC Terraform? Argument reference route. Yep, this route thing is optional. A list of route objects and their keys are documented below. These are where route argument reference. Okay, this thing can take route. Okay, this it takes in a CIDR block and optionally VP6 CIDR block. Optionally makes sense. Destination, that is the ID of managed prefix list of destination routes and one of the following. Argument must be supplied. Either we are connecting to destination, a gateway, a network, gateway. What does this do? In AWS VPC Terraform, a route block inside an AWS route table resource supports these parameters. This destination exactly one is required, either normal CIDR block destination or prefix a target exactly one, gateway ID, internet gateway, or virtual private gateway ID. We will use a gateway ID, NAT gateway for private subnets, egress. Okay. Two things are required here. One is the CIDR and the other is the gateway ID. And if we do go forward with these selection, then it allows 2 and 4th connection between IP between shit. The internet gateway for a VPC allows access to the internet, and when we and without it, an EC2 instance within a VPC which doesn't have a gateway would not be able to access internet. That or something else. This is what bridges your VPC to the public internet. Without one, the traffic from your EC2 instance has nowhere to exit to the internet. It stays confined within the VPC. Okay, but the IGW alone isn't enough for an EC2 instance to actually reach the internet of all of these need to be true. IGW exists and is attached to the VPC route table associated with the instance. Sys subnet as a route seeding this to the IGW. AWS VPC routing table to a VPC. EC2 instance has a public or elastic IP. Without one, even with an IGW, it cannot be reached. Okay. When we add a route in the routing table, it allows to, or when we add a IGW in a VPC, all the instances within that VPC can access the internet, but to allow connections from the internet to the VPC, we need to add a route in the routing table of that VPC, which allows connection from anywhere to that EC2 to that gateway, and subnet. AWS networking. This is actually slightly mixed up. Okay, shit. The route in the routing table is not what controls inbound access from the internet. The route this to EGW is needed in both direction. It is just the path traffic takes outbound and inbound alike. Okay, two-way connection. What the route actually means is any traffic destination for an IP address outside this VPC should be sent to the IGW. Okay, from the world should be sent to the IGW. It is a routing rule, not an access control. Okay. Then security groups allows the things public IP. Okay, so inside this VPC that we created, we will add a route which will say resource AWS internet AWS route table name test to a VPC ID main AWS route table. We will add a route to this, and CIDR block is from anywhere to AWS internet. Wait, what? Network interface ID? No. What are the things that this can take? Gateway ID. Gateway ID is AWS internet gateway dot ID. Cool, we have created a route. Okay. A VPC has subnets, and we added a gateway, and anyone from the internet can access the gateway. Now a security group. Route table association is something. What is route table association? AWS. Route table association. This thing provides a resource to create an association between a route table and a subnet. Okay, so subnet, add this route table to the subnet, but the route, add this route table to the subnet. Subnet ID, route table ID. Subnet ID, route table ID. Route table association, this adds a route table to a subnet, but route table has nothing to do with a subnet, since it only states connection between the internet and the gateway, which is internet and a gateway which is common to all the subnets within VPC. So how does that work? But route tables are actually more flexible than just internet to gateway. Okay. Target could be internet gateway from anywhere, from somewhere to another VPC via transit gateway. A route table defines where traffic goes based on destination. From this to this, destination and target, like those are very confusing terms to be using here. So different subnets can have different routing behavior, and the phone is going to die, and the laptop is also not charging. Shit. Cool. Public subnets, private subnets. This is quite confusing. Public subnets, route table has this instance can reach internet. Private subnets, instances inside this subnet have a route table which defines this. Isolated subnets have a route table has no this at all, no internet access whatsoever. Okay. Subnet ID and route table ID. Subnet ID AWS dot subnet dot main dot ID. Add this route table, internet route table, this main subnet. And route table, the main subnet. Okay. Now we just need to create an instance, I think. In this, we have a gateway, we have a route table associated with a subnet, a VPC. Cool, we just need to create these instances. Terraform validate, just making sure, yep, everything is cool. Instances.tf resource AWS instance walrus would be the name. What are the things inside an AWS instance? AWS instance inside EC2 instance, AWS instance, and this is how we define most name Ubuntu. Okay, we have to give an AMI image. AMI can be defined like this. Shit. Instead of hard coding the AMI, we can get the AMI like this. Most recent, true, get the most recent. The name is Ubuntu, filter, name values is anything that looks like this. Filter, virtualization type, hypervisor manager, owners. Let's get a, can go here, AMI catalog, Debian image here, and the AMI is this. For x86 architecture, which we don't have to hard code, we can put inside a variable. Variable name would be AMI ID, type is string, description is AMI ID, default value for this is this. And in here AMI is equal to variable dot AMI ID. That works. And what else? AMI ID, instance type, makes sense. Instance type is also a variable dot instance type. Okay, tags equals name is walrus. Cool. VPC ID is AWS VPC ID main, given the main VPC ID. Subnet ID is this, we have given a subnet ID, VPC ID, and security group. We haven't created a security group. We have to create a security group. Security groups, resources, AWS, security group, name is SH. Okay, and what are the things required in this security group that we need to give? This would come and somewhere like this, inside VPC, I guess. AWS security group. Here, data sources, list sources, resources, AWS security group. And how to create a security group? When we create a security group, we give it this, and we allow access to security group. Allow TLS, name, description, VPC ID. Name is SSH, description is allows SSH connection, and VPC ID would be AWS VPC dot main dot ID of the main VPC. And tags we can allow tags. And now we need to add AWS VPC security group ingress rule. Ingress rules are inbound security group rules controlling authorized traffic reaching resources. Like ingress rules, from where can things come in? Resource security group rule. VPC security group ingress. And what else? Ingress security group ingress rule. Ingress rule security group ID, to which security group we want to allow add this CIDR IPv4, that is like main CIDR block. From port to port protocol. Security group ID AWS security group ID as such, from anywhere, TCP connection to port 22. Okay. Security groups. This one. Wait, Walrus is not a security group. SH is a security group. Okay. Terraform validate. This will test. Hello. Is it for a project or just for learning? For both project and learning. Next, make Docker containers, build them, and then deploy them to K8, and then learn about autoscale. Yes, I want to do that. I've made Docker containers. Okay, I'm comfortable with Docker containers, Docker Compose. I set that up. Docker Compose file. Shit, this broke. VPC ID broke. Let me show you. Docker container for Docker Compose file for this. This creates like 3 services if you want to run this whole project locally. This starts up the backend, the Nginx development server. Yep, and the TY and a local Postgres server. And cool, pretty cool. And yes, I want to see Kubernetes, like what does it do, and auto scaling up and down. Cool. And I guess Kubernetes is, I don't know, I'm just assuming Kubernetes is a more better way of auto scaling. Like we can tell Amazon to auto scale. There are, I think, features in Amazon to auto scale up and down, but using Kubernetes we can automate that whole thing. Or Kubernetes is a better product to auto scale up and down, I think. But yeah, slowly I will get to Kubernetes too, so pretty cool. Yep. Here, and also there is Grafana. Nice, could you please share the GitHub UI for it? No, it is not private. Wait, if it would be cool if it was private. This is the thing. And also in Docker, I didn't know this, that you could have a single Docker file, and in that Docker file you can define multiple images through a process called Docker staging. Here you can have multiple from statements, and in this part I've defined a base image, which is, and this base image just copies the whole code, installs the bun packages for the main. Since this is a bun monorepo, this installs the packages for the main root folder and also the different apps and packages inside the monorepo. There is the backend, the front end, and commons packages. This installs all of them, and then it is used by the backend from base as backend, and also by the front end. And there are two types of front ends: front end development and front end production. And the difference is that development has a different backend URL. Development one has localhost 2222 for the backend URL, and production has a different one. Like I guess it is sha backend.walrus.codes, the backend URL for production. That is why two different images are needed here. And then Nginx production uses production, and Nginx development just takes in, copies the index.html file for production, for development from the development front end, and just a random GoTUI build here, and a Postgres build. And this thing, Postgres build, uses the Postgres image and defines the work there, and copies a setup.sql file. Yeah, cool. And shit, I guess I messed up. I changed the name for this from setup.sql to init.sql database. Here, shit, I changed the name, but I forgot to do that in the Docker file. My bad. This defines the like things, the tables which are needed in Postgres database. Cool. Okay, and this thing messed up. AWS instance VPC ID. VPC ID not expected here. Okay, AWS instance does not need a VPC ID. VPC ID, I guess, because when we give it a subnet already has the VPC ID. Security group, and does a security group. A security group also uses a VPC ID, but not a subnet ID. Let's see. Validate, is this okay? Cool. Terraform, apply. All of this would be done. What will happen? This will create a lot of things. What this will do is this will start a AWS instance will be created with all of these things, where we have all these things known after apply would be known when the instance has been created. But beforehand, we know this, that the instance type is going to be t3 micro get password. Okay, shit. Also, we would like to create a key name so that we can SSH into this. And tags are these source. There is private DNS name. There we want this to have a public IP address. Yep, public IP. This thing has to be true. My bad. Nope. Instance.tf associate public IP address, make it equal to true. And now, so that we get a public IP for this instance. Terraform apply. Cool. Now associate public IP address is true. Okay. And so, okay, this will create an instance type of these details, and internet gateway will be created with a tag. This with VPC ID will be known after apply, because the VPC itself has to be created. Makes sense. Route table, we are creating a route table which has a single route, that is from anywhere. Any computer on the internet can reach this gateway, and we are associating that route table with a subnet that we created, and a security group is what we are creating. Name is SSH, description is this, tags this, VPC ID is this, and security group also will have a ingress, which why is not the ingress here? Yep, here. From port 22 to port 22, which just includes port 22. From anywhere, allow a connection to port 22. Yes, if there is no error, it will be good. Yo, shit. Okay, okay. Bro is cooking, still creating. Cool. Okay, shit. If we now go to AWS and we see instances that are there, Walrus 2, nope, refresh. Walrus, this is the one that was just created by Terraform. And security, yep, this allows port 22 connection from anywhere. Security group is SSH, and cool. Now we want to actually SSH into this, for which we need a key pair. And how do we add a key pair? Instance, AWS instance, AWS instance, EC2, AWS instance, key name takes in AWS key pair. So we have to create a AWS key pair resource which takes in a public key and a key name. And yes, deploy key. Cool. keys.tf terraform AWS key pair. Name would be main walrus key, and my key is command. There is a Linux command to copy std-in2. There is a Linux command to copy the standard input xclip for VLAN, X11 for remote SSH. No, on Mac. pcopy. So if we do hello echo hello and give this to pcopy pbcopy, and if you paste, okay, we do get this thing. Cool. So I would like to copy my public key, which is inside wall .sh/id rsa dot public. Put this, pipe this onto pbcopy, and now we can go to key.give. Here public key is required. Public key has the value this. Cool. And the key name is what we get. Walrus key. Cool. And in our instance, key name walrus key, Terraform apply, add this key to our instance. This is pretty cool. What this will do is this will create a key pair and share 2 plans to add. type yes if you want to do this. So this will, I guess, create a new instance. Yep, AWS instance must be replaced. Okay, so this will stop this current instance that we have and start a new instance with the key that we have given. Refresh. Yep, we see that this is shutting down, or I guess this is, yep, that is shutting down. And this Walrus 2 is from what we were doing yesterday. Destroying. Okay, it is still destroying. 10 seconds, took 2 seconds to destroy, and now it is creating the new one. Refresh. New one is creating, initializing the new one with the correct key. Cool, we do have this, and I would like to stop this one, Walrus 2. This is from yesterday stuff. Terraform, I think destroy is the command, destroy. Yes, it is deleting this instance, Walrus 2. Do we want to do this? Yes, we want to do this. Destroy. Cool. This will, yep, Walrus 2 is shutting down. That is like pretty cool. Hello. I am learning about this thing, Terraform. Okay, so when you deploy your thing, which means when you deploy your thing onto AWS, you would manually access the website and launch a instance and define what machine you want, what AWS, like over Debian, SUSE, if you are into something like that, OpenSUSE, whatever you want. You define the instance type, the compute, the key pair to make a connection to this SSH, network settings, allow SSH connection, HTTP, HTTPS connection, and other things. Either you can do this or you can define everything here in Terraform. cd shit Terraform. In Terraform is like Nginx OS. In Terraform, you define the state of your instance and different things. You can define multiple things, and then Terraform uses AWS API to tell your AWS account that these are the instances that you want to create with these specific network settings, with these specific operating systems, and with these specific everything else that you have defined. Like here in main.tf, I defined that I want AWS provider for this Terraform. Provider is Terraform's term for an API. So this means I want to communicate to AWS through my Terraform instance, and after that, here I have defined networking things. And all of these things are AWS specific. That, like, AWS has a thing called VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, I think, a subnet within that VPC, a gateway to connect that VPC to the internet, routes inside that VPC which connect the internet gateway to the whole internet, and then security groups, which is like firewall settings for a single instance. And here I have created a security group which allows connection to port 22 with TCP protocol. And then in this instance.tf file, I have defined my instance. I want an instance whose name is Walrus, whose AMI ID, which is Amazon Machine Image. This is like a hash for your operating system. You can operating system that you want. You can go to images, the images that Amazon provides. You can use Amazon Linux, Mac OS, all of these things. But I want Debian. You can look for Debian, search, and this is the AMI image. And this AMI image ID depends on the operating system, which is Debian. the region. For me, it is Mumbai because Mumbai is closer than Europe or something, and also the hardware architecture. So I'm using Debian on a Mumbai server on x86-64 architecture, which is defined, which is the EMI I want for my instance. The instance type is, I have defined this in a variable here. Shit. There is a variables.tf file. Here I have defined multiple variables. The instance type is T30 micro, T3 micro, right? So that is the instance type. The AMI ID. Subnet is required to specify which VPC we want to connect to and what subnet inside that VPC. This instance should be a part of the security group, which is the firewall settings, which allows port 22 that we just saw, and associate public IP address, that is give this VPC a public IP address. And key name defines whenever you want to make a SSH connection, you need a public private key pair. The computer onto which you want to access through SSH should have your public key, which we have defined here. That is, define AWS public key pair, and the name would be walrus key. Like, you can make it whatever you want, the key name, and this is the public key. And then a tag, just a tag, and then you just do Terraform apply, and everything checks out. That is pretty cool. Terraform is infrastructure as code. That is the thing. Instead of you have to manually create resources, you can programmatically create them through Terraform, and it also provides versioning. Yep, I actually made a side project on React plus C#. Is crazy. I need to make it live. It is actually informative. Yep, use Terraform. Works with any cloud provider. If you want to migrate your resources from AWS, yep, you just have a single config file and you can go anywhere you want. Yep. Yes, it is very cool. And there is a very cool video. You can go to the video's description. Video by David Media or Travis Media. My bad, I'm messing up his name. Yep. When you do Terraform apply, it sees what are the things that it will do. And shit, why is it creating a new? No, it is not creating. It is creating a new instance. Why is this thing creating a new instance? Plan 1 to add, 0 to change, 1 to destroy. Why is this creating a new instance? Okay, anyway, let's see. Yep, Travis Media is his name. Yep, this video, why you need to learn Terraform, practical tutorial. This is pretty cool. You can watch this. And also he has a video on AWS networking, this one, in which he explains what are these networking things like subnet, VPC, and all these things. AWS is complicated. It is very complicated. Okay. If we go to instances, now we have a single instance running with the name walrus. Cool. So we are able to create an instance with a key name and everything. So that is pretty cool. We want to get its public IP address, and we do not want to go to the GUI and look up the public IP address. We want to print it on the screen, for which we can create another file. Outputs.tf, output name would be public IP, I guess. Outputs.tf, this needs a value. Value is going to be AWS instance dot walrus, the one that we created, public IP. and description, the public IP of the instance. And you might be asking, like, how are we able to divide everything into multiple files and everything like still works? Because wherever you call the Terraform program, if you call the Terraform program in whatever directory, Terraform will look at all the .tf files in that directory and read them as a single file. It will combine all the files and read them as a single file. And there is also, and Terraform language, this .tf language is declarative and not procedural. So you do not declare a variable and then use it later on. Everything happens at once. It is declarative. Shit. Public IP, public ID, PUBLIC_ID. Did you mean public IP? Shit. And outputs. Terraform apply. Cool. Okay, I know AWS on it. Yo, we'll go through it. Yep, it is pretty cool. It changes is this changes to output, and why is it AWS instance must be replaced? Why does it have to replace the instance every time? Okay, like whatever, it does not cost to delete and create an instance. Cool. And I guess now if we are able to SSH into this instance, that would be cool. And why are we using Terraform? Because before setting up the CI/CD pipeline, we need Terraform to create the instance into which, shit, I guess we can hook up our Terraform public IP address to our CI/CD pipeline, so that even if the instance changes, we always have, okay, this is the public IP sh. We don't have to give I because the public IP key that I have given is the default one, so I don't have to give in the private key because SSH will use the default private key. And the username, and by default on Debian system the username is admin. IP address 0.95.8.5. This should work. Okay, this does work. Password for the public private key pair, and cool, we are in. And this instance was, we didn't go to the AWS instance, AWS GUI and create this. We created this through Terraform. Pretty cool. And if we do Terraform apply, will this destroy the instance and tell us that we need to create this? Why does this thing want to create a new instance? That is a question. I am using Terraform create an instance to create an instance and to create an instance. Then after creating one and not actually changing anything in the config, I just run Terraform apply, and Terraform wants to now destroy the old instance and create a new one. Why? This is classic Terraform gotcha. It happens because sometimes in your config is implicitly changing between applies even though you didn't touch it. The most common culprit is AMI is dynamic, not pinned. If you are using a data source, no, we are not getting the AMI like this. We actually have hard coded the AMI. So that is not the case. User data is changing if your user data contains anything dynamic, random variables, interpolated default sources, a reference, nope. Availability zone, nope. Is it because of variables? Because by definition variables are variables. To define the AMI ID and instance type, but they are hard coded and not changing between runs, between applies. There is no user data. Okay, shit, yes. When we create an instance, user data is text or a set of commands that will run on the target machine when the instance is created. Terraform plan and execution plan with this. You didn't use the out option to save this plan, so Terraform cannot guarantee to take exactly these steps when we run this. Okay, this will still destroy the old instance and create a new one. Why is that? Terraform plan out. Needs an argument out plan.txt. Save the plan.txt. And now we can do cat plan.txt, pipe it into pp copy, I think, shit, pb copy, cat plan.txt, pb copy, cool, and here this is the plan. Okay, that file is a binary. Well, it is not human readable to see the actual things. Do this. What are the things that changed in this? The culprit is right here. Security group forces replacement. Why? VPC security group's ID is this known after apply. This is the problem. Terraform is seeing a conflict between two different security group attributes. Security groups, the old legacy attribute, and the correct attribute. Okay. And what is the problem exactly? Terraform is seeing a conflict between two security group attributes. There are two ways to define the security group. One is security groups. This is the old legacy attribute used for EC2 classic, or when you reference security groups by names, but we are giving an ID, the correct attribute for instances inside a VPC. Security group IDs. Terraform apply. Shit. security group IDs, VPC security group IDs. Terraform plan. Okay, no changes. Shit, that is pretty cool. Okay, we wouldn't have to do any change. Hello, Aj contest. Maybe I didn't see. See. Today is no. There is no contest today. 18th of April. So the next one is on 21, day after tomorrow. You can apply. No, I'm just doing Terraform right now. Nothing much. Okay, we are able to create an instance. We are also able to SSH into that instance. Now we need to do the main thing for which we were doing this. But let me write two things. One thing that we will see if we like have the spirit and the time to see. This connect Terraform to CI/CD. We will look at it later. Can we connect Terraform to CI/CD? Because we can create the AWS instance using Terraform and get the public IP address of that instance from Terraform and give it to our CI/CD pipeline. If that is possible, we will do that. And now, yep, we have Terraform. Two things that we wanted to do using Terraform. These two things. First, install Docker and then change SSH port from 22 to 4321. We can do this using script user data, using user data. I think user data. Let's see. User data is a way to give a set of commands that should run on the remote machine when it starts. So we can write commands to install Docker and to change the SSH port from 22 to 4321. In Docker, we need to run all the programs that we have, and we need to change the SSH port because on 22 we want to run the TUI app. Okay, let's see if that is. I am creating an instance using Terraform, and I want to things on that instance. Number one, download Docker engine, and number two, change SSH port from 22 to 4321. I guess user data. User data would be the way to do this. Yep, user data. Define here. These are the commands to install Docker. Set E does something. Change SSH port. SED. Okay, that is pretty crazy command. User data. So user data inside EC2 AWS instance, there is user data. Optional, user data to provide when launching the instance. Do not pass gzip compressed data via this argument. See this instead. To this updates to this field will trigger a stop. Okay, if we change user data, then we will create a new instance. Okay, user data. Let's do this. Okay, then instance we will give here user data coded strings. Okay, shit. What is the format? EOF. Shit. This is a Linux thing which I forgot. I will have to look it up again. Yep. This from 16 years ago. This is a way for giving in multi-line commands. Okay, this tells Linux this, take this, like this text, and keep passing in everything that comes after it until you see this text again. And why is there this minus thing? Minus has to, this hyphen has to come here, but here it is optional. And in the examples we do not see hyphen anywhere. Pass multi-line strings. Okay, this is example of this syntax. The cat is very useful when working with multi-line text in bash. Example, when assigning multi-line string to a shell variable. Multi-line string to a shell variable, we want to create a shell variable SQL whose value is cat. So this will be given to cat as a file, and cat will print that file, and that would be the value of this SQL variable. Now holds 2 new line characters. Okay, let's test this out. My var become equals to cat takes in starts here. Shit. Yes, starts here. Enter line number lines, line number is y, and starts here. Shit, it didn't end. Cool, it ended. Command not found my variable, because I guess no space can be there between these things. Yep, cat starts here, line number lines number is y, and then starts here. Shit, why is this not stopping? EOF. There can be no space after this, maybe. Let's use EOF. Shit, okay, this is also not stopping. Yo, hello. Me making a automated way for creating an instance on Amazon. Like the normal method for creating an instance on Amazon is go to the website, like actual website, click buttons, launch instance, select instance type, select the operating system, instance type, key value pair, allow like change the networking settings and everything. And then when the instance is created, go into the instance like your virtual machine on the internet and SSH into it, download Docker and do the settings, the setup, and then you can like publish your website. But if you use Terraform, with Terraform you define everything in these config files. You define the key, you define your networking settings like this. These things are like AWS specific and not very clear because AWS is very messy. VPC is like a virtual private cloud, which is which is its literal full form. VPC is like a local network of instances which are connected to each other. Subnet is we are dividing that VPC into different even smaller groups. Gateway, every VPC gets a gateway. When you add it, you can add a gateway to a VPC, and through that gateway the instances inside a VPC would be able to access the internet. And then you would define a route table, which defines connection between the gateway and the internet. And here I've defined a route inside this route table where anyone can reach the gateway from anywhere. This is CIDR block, which this is a way of specifying IP address ranges. You define an IP address and put a slash, and then after it, whatever number there is, it means this many bits from the start are fixed, and 0 means none of the bits are fixed, and anyone, which means all these bits can change, which just means the connection can come in from anywhere, and 2 can come to the gateway. And then we are adding this route to our subnet. And then we are creating a security group, which is a firewall setting for an instance. And then we are setting the firewall in that security group. We are saying allow connection to port 22 using TCP from anywhere. And then we create an instance. This is like quite complicated. AMI ID, this is defining what should be the operating system on the instance. Then the instance type, which is T3 micro, I think, which has 2 cores and 1 GB RAM, 1 GB RAM, 1 GB RAM. And subnet ID, like which subnet do we want this instance to go into. Security group ID, which specifies the firewall setting for this. Give this thing a public IP address. Put a public key in the SSH settings so that I can use the corresponding private key to SSH into this, and then just a tag it. Cool. And you define everything here, and then you just do Terraform apply. No changes because nothing has changed. There is already an instance running with these settings, so that is pretty good. And now what I'm seeing is we know how to create an instance. I want to do 2 specific things. When the instance is created, I want to install Docker onto that instance and also change the SSH port from the default 22 to 4321, so that SSH daemon is listening on port 22. That is its thing. I want to change that and run the SSH daemon on port 4321. because on port 22 we want the go TUI to work, and this is pretty cool for that. Yo, Kilua, wait. Yes, I am very confused. I guess Kakashi is Kakashi. Uh, and your Kakashi's chess rating is 1600, and Kilua is undefined void. And this is like more complicated than AWS networking settings. Who is who? Wait, there is a thing. Who is who? Or Doctor Who? Yes, Doctor Who. And this was something. And yep. So we want these two things. Now we have a way of creating an instance. We want to do two things onto that instance, and when we want to do something on an instance, we provide that thing. We just add in here in the instance configuration user data key, and let's say echo this thing. User data takes in a string which will be executed onto that instance when it starts. So cool. Shit. Okay, my bad. What are you terraforming? Mars. Sound. Hello. How is it? Do some ore farming as well? Yo, that would be cool if I could. Minora. EOF. And yep. So we want some commands to run onto this instance when it is created, and we need to give those commands as a string. But the commands are going to be multi-line. So this thing, EOF, is a way of giving multi-line commands in Linux. Shit, that is like a full circle thing now. You came in and you saw that we were reading about EOF. Now you know why we are reading about EOF. EOF is a way of giving multi-line commands in Linux. And yep, there are two things. Either we write the command right here in this configuration using this EOF thing, or we can have a script file here, initial.sh, and we can define all the commands here. Shebang. We can define all the commands here, and then give in this file in this instance. I think there is a way to give a file shade file no self file user data. Yes, initial.sh. We'll do this. Okay, let's try this out. Instance initial, we will run this command. We will say echo hello there. This will go into text.txt. Okay, and if we do Terraform apply, this should run the script on the instance, and then we will SSH into the instance and we will see is there this file, and if there is, then cool, bro. Where have you gone from solving 800 rated problems on this to terraforming while I'm not getting anything? Shit, your rating is very high. Your rating is like 1600. $1,500, pretty high. This is modifying the instance that we created. Okay, now we SSH admin 6 5.0.95.85. Shit. 65095.85, and we are not able to SSH. This is the instance initializing. Okay, it is creating the instance. Okay, my bad, that's why. Bro, yes, now I get the AI joke. Bro, have you deployed the chess game or are you learning all this? Yes, for deploying it, this is just foreplay going on. We haven't actually done anything. Initializing, this is still initializing. Okay, AWS, but this is one-time investment, so that is pretty cool. Do this once and we can use Terraform always. It's pretty cool. Initializing, okay. Instance state running. What is status check initializing? Initializing, what does this mean? This means usually indicates a system networking or OS level startup issue. Typically 1/2 or 0/2 checks passed. Wait and verify. If it persists after this, it is likely stuck. Shit. Likely stuck. That's what. This does not work. Wait, shit. Public IP is this, not this. Why are we getting a old public IP? If we use this for SSHing, now we are able to SSH. Password. Shit. Okay, cool. And we do not have the file that we wanted to create, I guess because it is still initializing. Okay, it has initialized. Maybe now we'll see the file. Hello there. Into text.txt. Terraform apply. Not. Where can I play your game? Hopefully this evening you will be able to play the game. I'll beat you in your game. Shit. I am not familiar with your game. We will see if you can beat me. We will play the game in the TUI, which would be pretty cool. TUI, go from the terminal. And let's see how much money I have. That is a lot of money. $100. We are getting a new IP address now. Admin 13.201.20.214. Stuck. Okay, shit. Public IP changed from this to this. We are still not getting the latest public IP. Okay, this command does not work. Okay, you don't have to brag here in front of two more people. Shit. Ego is a bad thing. Ego is a bad thing. You should not have ego. You're bragging. Okay, there are two problems. One is we do not see the file which we are creating, and the other is we are not seeing the latest public IP address which we should be seeing. Public IP changed. Okay. I guess we are seeing the public IP of not the latest instance but the second last instance. Okay. Outputs in Terraform and output which prints the public IP AWS instance name dot public IP, but this gives the IP for the last instance and not for the last instance and not for the current one in case a new instance is created on Terraform apply. I guess there might be a command to just see the output, and if we SSH into this 13.127.32.100, we are able to SSH. Yep. Terraform, I guess the fix is to first do apply, and then there might be a output command to just see the output. Destroy, apply, plan, output. Output, cool. To just see the output, that is pretty cool. I guess there is always an Asian better than you. Shit, bro, have you taken some subscription? No, there is no Cloud subscription. One thing I hate about Cloud is that once the tokens are over, we cannot use it at all while we can use it, but the model will be weaker one. You can go to AI Arena and you can use any model for free. It is pretty cool. You can even use video generation direct, and you can select the model that you want to use, any model, like literally any model, and talk to it. Hello. And not just this, you can go to video and tell it to make a video in which Lovecraft is talking to Albert Camus about Zarathustra Shit, that would be crazy. And 2 agents will generate a video, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we have fixed the public IP problem, I guess. Yep, like this. Run the output after applying. Okay, so one problem fixed. The next is we do not see the file being created there. Okay, and the only two variables which might be changing it is this. I have initial.sh file, which is this, and I am giving it to user data, but I don't see a file named text.txt there. Why is that? Maybe PSSH again, ls, we don't see the file. Do we see the file in the root user? No. In here? No. The file is not there. Okay, this shade bash is invalid. It needs a full path /bin/bash, and everything is cool. Okay. Terraform apply. Cool. So have they taken subscription of all a? They must have something. What do they do in AI Arena? Make all the models? Yes, that is like literally what they do. They are generating videos using 2 models, and they will not tell us the name, and we will select which one is better. So that's what they do. So do we get tokens in? No, it just, you can access them. I don't know, but I think you can just access them through their GUI. No other way. Join us on YouTube. That is your thing, right? Modifying the instance. This should create a file. Center mode is on. There is no limitation, just no token. And now Terraform output, put SSH to this. Shit. Terraform output. One resource changed. Is it changing? It is running. (13.127.32.100). Okay, we are not able to SSH, and even though this is running, but maybe because of the initialization status. Can we into AWS instance while it is initializing? Yes, you can. Shit, typically SSH while the status checks are still initializing. Instance state versus status check. The running state means the virtual machine has started and the operating system is booting. Status check initialization means AWS is still performing background health system and instance. SSH availability, the daemon usually starts very early in the boot process. You can often connect. Okay, shit. We have the video. We actually have the video. Why it feels like I'm seeing someone and NASA guy working on not getting a single thing. Look at this. This. Wait, there is no audio. There is audio. Why can I not zoom in the right way? There literally is no audio. Shit. In Agent A is bad. There is no audio when people talk.
Zarathustra's teaching of the will to power, Nietzsche saw it as the driving force behind all human actions, yes, but it must be understood in the context of his critique of morality.
Okay, so Agent 2 wins. How do we say? Agent B is better. B was made by this model, Seed Dance V1.5 Pro. This by Halo 2.3. This is cool. Let's download this. Cool. But what is the point that he made?
Zarathustra's teaching of the will to power, Nietzsche saw it as the
Zarathustra's teaching of the will to power. Did Zarathustra talk about the will to power?
Or Nietzsche saw it as the driving force behind all human actions, yes, but it must be understood in the context of his critique of morality.
Shit, okay, bro was like about to spill some beans, but video stopped early. Okay, cool. Now maybe we might be able to access shit. Yo, this thing changed. The public IP, we are getting the older one. Terraform output, we are still getting the older IP. We have to do Terraform apply twice and then output. Shit, now we are getting the latest IP. Apply twice. First to create the instance, and then second to update the output public IP variable, and then perform output to get the public IP. Actually, that is not how it works. It does everything in one shot. It creates the instance. No, it does not. And also apply with which switched the instance, and the only change was in user data, but that didn't update the public IP output. I suppose that AWS internally created a new instance, and I had to do Terraform apply twice to get the IP for the new instance created by AWS internally. That is a possibility. No shit, that is not the possibility. That is not what happens. AWS does not create instances internally on its own. What actually happened is simpler. When you change user data, Terraform itself destroys the old instance and creates a new one, as we discussed earlier. My bad. the new instance got a new public IP. The output did update in the same apply. You just may have been looking at the IP that was printed. No, I was not looking at the older IP, but okay. Let's see. SSH admin 13.20668.28. We don't have the file here. We do not have the file here, and we do not have the file here. Okay, the file is not here. Which file? This file. This file is still not here. If it is there, the script is. If not there either, then the script didn't run. Check the logs. Oh, inside the instance var/logs. Okay. Add var log cloud init output log shade. What is this? SSH key. SSH help. C. No. Bind cipher. There is a way to run a file there, a command there directly. SSH admin walrus dot admin shit this thing, and there run touch hello dot slash hello dot txt. Permission denied. Okay. Okay, this must have created a file. SSH admin this and ls. Yep, hello.txt. Okay, so this is the way to run a command on the remote machine without SSHing, like directly going there. So go there and cat /var log. The file was cloud init output.log. This thing, and whatever is the output of this, put it output.txt. guess I messed up the password. Okay, output. Yo, okay, we have the logs. These are the logs. Check out. Why is the file not created? The logs show Cloud ran successfully, but your script never executed. Why? There is no output from your echo command anywhere in the logs. This means, yes, show me your AWS instance. Is the file? Yes, the file is something like this or something else, because the issue is almost certainly one of these: either the wrong file path, passing it as this, or this. Mixing these two can mess up the script, which Terraform apply with user data. User data file initial.sh. 2 hours 1 minute. Invalid. Okay, shit. Why is this invalid? /bin/bang echo this there. Two fixes here: the shebang and the absolute path instead of tilde. Okay, instead of tilde here, give the absolute path home/admin text.txt. Terraform apply. Yes. This is creating a new instance. Okay. Terraform apply, get the new public IP. Cool. Shit. Yes. SSH admin 3.109.214.149. Yes. Okay. The file is here now. We messed up with the path. Hello.txt. Add hello.txt. Wait, it is empty. It is empty. Wait, hello.txt is not even the file that we are creating. We are creating text.txt. Text. The script is still not working. The script. Okay, let's give a inline script. Instead of giving in file fetch /home/admin /home/admin. /home/admin/ this should work.txt. Terraform, apply. Yep, apply this. Okay. Both the problems are still there. We are not getting the latest IP address, and the script is also not working. Is it not into this? The thing has changed. Run 58. Hello dot. Nope. This did not work. This is not working. This is not creating the file with touch command. The problem is your user data has no shebang. Shit. Okay, let's just Claude's response was interrupted somehow. Okay, let's just copy this. Format request failed. No matching language server. Terraform apply. Yep. Let's try at race 8 seconds. Shit. Terraform apply to get the latest IP. One 1.3.20.698.178. Okay, ls hello.txt is still not there. Permission denied. Sudo I. ls still here. Also, it is not there, and it is not here either. Is it hidden? No. No. What is this? A sudo as admin successfully. empty file. No, we do not see this file. This should work .txt. This, wait, because there is no Ubuntu folder. Now Terraform apply. Yes. This has created a lot of instances. Crazy, pretty crazy. Admin one. Shit, this takes in. Yes. Admin 13.200.255.140. Yes. There are two things. Okay, user data or user data optional. This second thing, do not pass zip pressed file using this array. Can be used instead of this to pass base64 encoded binary data directly there. Use this instead of this whenever the value is not a whenever the use this user data whenever the value is not a string, but if the value is a UT, pass in directly binary base64 encoded binary data directly. Use this thing instead of this whenever the value is not a UTF, but if the value is base64, Terraform apply. Hello, Jax 9212. What is happening here is we are able to create an instance using Terraform on AWS. We are also able to do networking settings, AMI and everything, and we are also able to enable SSH there. There are now two things which are just not getting fixed. One is we are not able to run a script there. We do not see this. This should work .txt file in the home for the admin user. That is the first problem. And the second problem is whenever we do terraform.apply and we get a new instance, we are not seeing the new instance's public IP address, but instead we see the IP address of the old one. And we have to do terraform apply like twice to get the new one. Right now, nothing was changed, so we do have the latest IP address. Terraform user data not working, not executing in my code. Yep, it is not executing. How do we fix this? Like, bro here gave all this and none of this was working. Hello. Yep, welcome to the HashiCorp forums. Okay, share. Ranjadas, how did you confirm that the user data is not being processed? Ensure you SSH to the VM and check var log file it is. If it is anything related to the script, you will find the details of what I tried the code you shared and it works. Okay, it works. Okay, if we just use a very simple script, let's say, wait, we have to say this and echo hello world Terraform apply. Yep, cool. To spin up a new instance and give it this new script to run it. And what is it? Shebang. Sudo apt and everything, eof and everything, eof. Yep, and in this Terraform apply, we are creating a new instance, but this IP belongs to the last instance here, 140.140, and we have to do Terraform apply a second time to get the new IP address. Yep, now it is 29 at the end. Instance, and will this work? Shebang bin bash euf. Will this should work? Okay, public IP and sh as admin into 35154.179.29. Yep. 3 ls, and we do see hello.txt, which is from an old instance, but let's go here, cd var log cloud ls cat cloud init output dot log, and do we see hello world being printed anywhere? Yeah. Running init.local, nothing here. Okay, this is setting up the SSH keys and everything. Pretty cool, pretty cool. There are two SSH keys. Running init.local at this thing, init.local at this thing. Okay, let's see. Run this. Grep hello. Nope, none of the lines have the term hello. So this is not working. User data not working. Yes, user data doesn't work. This is a common issue, I guess. This I'm working with Terraform, trying to execute this, but this is not working. What I verified your sent to us instance and your script is correct. However, the issue is probably because of two things. Subnet ID equals this suggests that you have placed your instance in a private subnet. To connect to your instance from internet, it must be a public. Our instance is a public subnet. There is no VPC security group IDs specified. Which leads to default SG security group from VPC. Now we are in what we have here. We have a security group which allows SSH connection from anywhere, and the subnet is this subnet main, and this subnet main is not a private subnet because we are attaching this route table to our subnet, which allows connection from anywhere on the internet. It might also be indentation. I don't think indentation should be a problem. Wait. And let's Terraform destroy everything, and we will start from scratch. Hello, wrench 247, and you have been here and before, and also this paper clip with eyes, googly eyes. I've seen this like at 2 or 3 places. There was a YouTube video in which there were comments and Clippy. Shit, it is a thing. Shit, it actually is a thing. Clippy, officially Clippit, was a widely recognized, often malignant animated paperclip assistance introduced in Microsoft 97 to provide with tasks, help with tasks. Okay, shit, so, okay, shit, bro is too much into Clippy. Bro is not kidding. Wait, change your profile picture to Clippy. Okay, shit, this is a movement.
They're doing so because they want to train an AI on how to do what you do without paying you, without your consent. Clippy simply wanted to help. When Clippy would ask you if you wanted help with writing your letter, to the Facebook whistleblower hearings with Senator Josh Hawley a few months back. One of the elements that stuck out to me was when they were talking about how if an underage girl has deleted a selfie, Meta keeps track of this because they know that this person likely has low self-esteem at that moment that they deleted a picture of themselves, which means that they may be more apt to purchase something from an advertiser of a cosmetic product. And I think about this within the context of what companies used to get in trouble for and what they do, or more importantly, don't get in trouble for today. I grew up in the 90s, a time when Microsoft had hell and fury fall down upon them because they bundled a web browser with their operating system. Whether you think this is a good idea or not, I personally think that a web browser being installed in every single person's computer that's standards non-compliant, that is so bad that you can literally get a virus from visiting a website, has its problems. But when you look at what it is that companies got in trouble for in the 90s, it just doesn't hit the same when you look at what companies get away with now. I remember having a Dell Dimension 233 back in the day, and if you wanted to get the one that had slightly better graphics, they would give you a free installation of Microsoft Office. And with Microsoft Office back in the day, it came with Clippy. Whether or not you like Clippy and whether or not you like Microsoft Office, or having an operating system that had the browser built into it that could easily get you a virus when you visited other websites that were trying to invade your privacy, the one thing that you could say, unlike Facebook, who is trying to profit off of young girls that feel suicidal, Clippy simply wanted to help. He might have been annoying, but he just wanted to help. There were no ulterior motives. If you told Clippy that you were having a bad day, he wasn't going to use that information to try and figure out which advertiser to sell you to, nor was he trying to steal your personal data or get you to purchase other Microsoft products. He had no ulterior motives. He was simply there to help. Unlike many modern pieces of software, like what you get from Adobe or Intuit, where you can't buy QuickBooks anymore, you can't buy a video editor anymore, you have to pay a subscription fee for it. If I were to boot up that computer that has not been used for 28 years and I wanted to start up Microsoft Word, I could do so without connecting to the internet. And Clippy would still be there, happy and enthusiastic as ever, simply wanting to help. Adobe is another example of this. This is a company that tried to twist people's arms into having AI and machine learning stuff go through their personal data. Not public data, not the speeches that I give, not my website or my blog posts or my videos, but my private data, the stuff that I'm editing. And there were people that were not able to get into their account until they agreed to this new end user license agreement. When they are looking for access to your data, they're doing so because they want to train an AI on how to do what you do without paying you, without your consent. Clippy simply wanted to help. When Clippy would ask you if you wanted help with writing your letter, Clippy wouldn't even read the contents of your letter. He just wanted to offer suggestions. Game of Thrones had, spoiler alert, there's this Sons of the Harpy in season 5. They were these people that wore masks and they pushed back against the new regime. And the purpose of the mask was to let the leaders know that when you see people with this mask, we are against you and your new regime, and we are going to push back against it as often as we can. And the worry with the Sons of the Harpy mask is that it starts with one person putting the mask on, and then somebody else gains the balls to put the mask on, and then 20 or 40 or 100 of them put the mask on. And once 100 or 1,000 of them put the mask on, there's nothing that the leaders can do at that point. Enough people have put it on, and enough people have come together with solidarity. And they're going to do something about it. Now, granted, this may not be the best analogy because, spoiler alert, they were trying to bring back slavery and they also were just bad people. Khaleesi kind of became a shitbag at that point too. But besides, I think that Clippy is like a modern day Sons of the Harpy mask. If you're tired of companies changing the terms of the sale after the sale and getting away with it, turn your profile photo to a Clippy. If you're tired of companies that have the ability to reach into your house and ransomware your products, that they stop working unless you pay them again, claiming that that's legal, but then when somebody tries to give you back access to what you bought and paid for, that's illegal. Change your profile photo to a Clippy. If you're tired of sex bots invading the comment section on a regular basis and their comments always posting with no problem, but your comments being censored even when you're not saying anything that bad, change your profile picture to a Clippy. If
Shit, that is a moment. Shit, you're a part of a moment, a revolution. Clippy. Shit, I was not familiar with this game. Hello, Potter. Shit, we are working on revolution here. I'm working on a site which will list the company and the portions they are doing ghost hiring for and scam. Okay, so you are going to expose everyone. Shit, that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And hello, Water. Look at this. We are doing some terraforming. Clippy. Positions. It is a revolution. It, pretty cool. You are into Civil War. 13202841123. And what? Yes. Okay. Nothing here. If we check the log files, cat, wow, log, cloud init, output, grep, hello was not printed ever. Yes, I got a member. Like water saves life. Wait for that. I'm learning cloud for security. Shit, you are learning cloud. Cloud is like very complicated. I guess web as a whole is very complicated and different parts. Just if you just want to look at your data backend or some visuals related to your cloud infrastructure, like how many requests are coming to your backend and how many, if you are taking example for the chess game, how many people are playing a game and like what time of the day the requests are coming, what type of games they are playing. If you want a visual representation for that, there is a whole ecosystem for that itself. Grafana ecosystem. Yep, LGTM. To just see this, to just look at the data. Loki for logs, T, tempo for traces, whatever traces means, Mimir for metrics, whatever metrics is, and so like that is complicated. Loomis, 90s. What is this UI? Okay, shit, this is Reddit. It does mean 90s, very old. I can see you are pretty good with this stuff. Which company? Me in college, me make no money right now. I'm not making any money. But like you are a part of a revolution, so that is a bigger thing. I thought it looks good to me. Shade, okay, shade, that could also be a possible interpretation. Okay, back to this instances. The problem is we are not able to run this. We are not able to run a script whenever we create an instance. This is problematic. We are not able to run a script whenever we create a new instance. Okay. Script with Terraform AWS. Running Terraform in automation. User data. Yes, that is like what we are doing. Sudo apt update, do all this. Sudo apt get install Apache 2. Let's try to do this. Maybe this might work. Okay, Terraform, we will destroy the old one and create a new one. Looks good to me. Yep, destroy everything. Shit, this is even destroying the internet gateway and the VPC, everything. Shit, okay. Addiction. Terraform apply. Yes, do all this. That will take some time. Sh some seconds, and let's hope for 80 WPS. That would be fine. Seventy-five. 75. It was long. It was long. That's what. Shit, it was long. Terraform apply. Fine. Let's make Quadroform. What is Quadroform? Okay, shit. No, not yet. Which year am I in college? Wait, you are in third year. Me too. I will be in fourth year in, I guess, a month or two. Last year. It is often used in pre-reviews in open source. That is when I remember. Let's make AM77. Highest is shit. 77 is not too good, but depends on how long you have been typing Waterform. Okay, this is used for code reviews and stuff. PR reviews and open source. That is what I guess you are referring to. Let's see if we were able to install Apache, if the script ran or not. We installed Apache, Apache. It is not there. Command not found. Command not found. And if we do sudo apt get update, yep, it is updating now. So sudo apt get update also didn't run. It's getting the like Terraform code. Okay, shit, my bad. User data is not running. Run a script after creation. Resource, run a script to fetch data. Inline script, you can write a script directly there. Run a script on this instance bootstrap. The most common way to run a script on AWS is using the user data attribute during the creation. This is ideal for installing software, but this is not running. This is actually not running. User data failed to download. They have been ignored, or the old ones instead. Okay. Terraform AWS user data not working. Maybe there is some problem with them. Let's give the whole code to Claude, figure out what is wrong. Can you show the script again, please? Maybe because of the AMI ID. AMI ID is cool. I got it from AWS itself. AMI catalog. Debian. Here I got this one. And this script is not this. This inline script now. And none of this works. We are saying that this is a shebang and this should use bash to run. Shit, you might be right. No, not expert. Maybe just maybe here he has been doing this for a longer time, I guess. Don't feel bad. You can also learn about Terraform. It will take 2 to 3 days. You can start now. Yep. In 2 days you will also be expert. We are using Debian and all these examples are for Ubuntu. That might be it. Shit, AMI ID, that might actually be it. How to, but this is it. If we bin bash, run this bash command. Hello, okay, bin bash is there. That is not the problem. If we create a file, wait, is Vim there? Let's go Vim. Create a file, script.sh and shebang bash and hello there. Put this into hello file.txt and chmod plus x. Anyone can execute this file. What is the name of the file? Shit, I forgot. Script.sh script.sh ls. We do see the file hello file.txt. Okay, so AMI is not the problem. Yep, hello. Share. Okay, my message on Discord. Yep. Currently I'm learning about Fastify and Postgres using Prisma. Okay, let's go. I was never able to learn how to exit state. That is a difficult thing. You'll have to train for some years to do that. How to run script with Terraform with Debian image on AWS using user data. Like exactly the same way, nothing is different here. Or load the script from a file. But even inline is not working here. Inline is also not working. User data equal to this shebang bash Apache 2. Okay, let's see. Let's give all the code to Claude. This is instance.tf and then networking file, networking.tf, and variables.tf is needed. Shit. Keys.tf, fine. This is not running the, let's also send variables.tf. This is not running the user data script. How do we fix this? Your setup is actually fine, but there is a few likely culprits. More likely issue, no egress rule. No egress. Your security group only allows inbound SSH. The user data script runs apt get, which needs outbound internet access to download package. But we were doing echo hello world, which was also not running. Without an egress rule, the instance silently hangs. Okay, so we will add a egress rule. Whatever egress rule is. Protocol, all traffic protocol to everywhere on this security group. Okay. Second issue, wrong availability zone. AB South A1. So then doesn't specify a A to Z, which can cause it to land in one that doesn't support P3 micro. B, no instance is getting created. Also verify the script actually ran. Nope, it did not run. Force rerun. The instance is getting created. I am able to SSH into it. The script is not running even when I am simply doing echo hello. Yo, VI is older version. Indent indent I don't think is a problem. Let's see. VI is a older version of Vim. VI was a older editor, and if you improve VI, you just take the M and you get Vim. Let's go. Cool. Okay, quick sanity check. Even check if hello isn't running. The script itself isn't being executed at all. Most likely cause is cloud init is not installed. What does that mean? Which cloud? Devin EMIs on AWS should have it, but verify which cloud init. SSH in and which cloud init version. If it is missing, sudo install this. More likely is check the logs first. Quick sanity check. Wait. SSH cloud cloud init. Cloud init is a thing, so okay, we don't have this problem. Check the logs. Logs don't have anything. Quick sanity check. Also verify AWS actually received the user data. In the AWS console, go to EC2 instances, actions, instance setting, edit user data. Instances. Yep, this one. Actions. Instance settings. Change user data. Edit user data. We are getting, okay, shit, this thing is going there. Cool, okay. Or CLI, okay. Nuclear test. Can change this, and we cannot copy user data. User data is on the console. Egress means action of leaving a place. Shit, it is an English term. The act of going out, leaving a place, literally leaving a place, or okay, egress. What is the word origin? Etymology. Latin. Okay, pretty cool. And the new, you make a new version of it and get new him. Yes, Neolithic age. If you improve him, you get NVChat. No, you do not get NVChat. No, shit. You improve new him. You improve him, you get new him. And NVChat is shit. You should write your own configuration. It is NVChat based on Vim, or it is for new Vim, but you should write your own configuration. And why do they have Docker image for this? Wait, is NVChat configuration config or 4 of new Vim? NVChat is a new Vim configuration configured in Lua, not a 4 of new Vim. So it is in configuration or new Vim. And also you should write your own configuration. Good. So Terraform is passing it correctly. Yes. Now check the logs. What does it say? Specifically look for any errors or permissions. Terraform apply. Yes. To modify an instance, you stop it and rerun the instance with the new user data. Paste output here and we can pinpoint it. Yes. Okay. Terraform apply to get the new IP address. Admin 3.108.8.217 and run there cat /var log cloud init log cloud init output dot log, and put this in output dot log. Yes. Okay. This logs two separate problems. There are two separate problems. Problem number one, IPv6 network unreachable, no egress rule. And next is NVGiga chat. Shit, where you don't only you make it yourself. Chat. You make the kernel and everything yourself. Pro people do that, or everyone is making it in their own way, and some making in Go, some in C++, in HTML, CSS is, and some people making it in English is crazy. Okay, exactly as I suspected. Shit, bro is saying, I told you so. Okay, no egress rule. Exactly as I suspected. The missing egress rule, the instance is trying to reach this debian.org over IPv6. Okay, so we have to add a egress rule. Networking.ef egress security group. Instead of egress, and the ID is same, protocol is any protocol. Protocol IPv4, any protocol. Okay, if we fix this, let's see. Terraform apply, and second script fail. Cloud init marked is it as done because failed. Cloud init logged in. Fix replace AWS instance.walrus. After adding the egress rule, you need to force a fresh rerun. Terraform apply replace AWS instance.walrus. Terraform apply replace symbol replace AWS instance.walrus. Okay, this will add a egress rule. Wait, 2 hours 54 minutes. I'll come later. I'm gonna work on AD, and see you later. Have a great day. Oh, you too have a great day. May your revolution go smoothly. Clippy revolution. And what is AD? Work on AD. Alzheimer's disease. Okay, this is this the new one or Terraform? Yes, this is the new IP. Yes, it is the new IP. Okay, so SSH admin into 3.110.28.125. Cat cloud init output.log. And does it have hello? running init.local. Where is cloud running? Cloud init cloud does not run. This will instances refresh. This is an instance actions instance settings, edit user data, echo hello. This does not work. Active Directory. AD is a Microsoft developed directory service for Windows domain networks that acts as a centralized database for managing users' computers. Wait, so do you work in a company which is giving you access to their AD thing? Centrally managed users' computers. Yeah, shit, this feels like it. Your script. Wait, what? We do see hello? Wait, how? Cat, get up, look what? Hello. The script is running now. It was egress. Egress was the problem. Egress was the problem. The script is running now, and grep is shit. And how to make grep case insensitive? Case insensitive. I. Okay, with I, insensitive makes sense. Okay, now let's try to give it from a file. Init.sh shade initial.sh initial. Terraform apply replace AWS instance walrus. Bro works in Microsoft. Yes, bro works in Microsoft and Minecraft. Share is bro the one who is adding AI into everything in Microsoft. AI in Notepad plus plus. Okay, if this works, then we are like almost done with Terraform. If this works, that is. And it is working. We did saw hello being printed there. We just have to write the script for downloading Docker. These two things, downloading Docker and changing SSH port. Okay, we can check if this is working or not. SSH. Terraform apply. No change. Okay. SSH admin 13201.174.23 into this and run there. Let's. And if we do see a file, text.txt, and let's do cat. Cat what? Cat text.txt. Hello there, cool. we can run a script on the AWS instance that we are connecting to. Now download Docker on AWS Debian. Install Docker on Debian. Run the following command to uninstall all conflicting packages. Cool. And then set up Docker's apt repository. You will just copy this and paste this there. In this, remove Docker, clear, install. For install, we just that should install Docker. Let's see. Replace AWS instance Walrus. That should install Docker. Yep. And while this is happening, I will just go to the washroom and I will be right back. 2 hours, 3 hours. Cool. And let's see. This must have installed Docker SSH as admin in 132.0.0.221.89. Okay, Docker v, Docker not found. Docker not found. This was no, I guess. Yeah, let's see how to install Docker. If we run this, cool, and then just set up Docker repository and then install Docker. Okay, shit. Okay, we did that, and now install Docker compose, which takes in yes, which you cannot do from a command line. So run this and -y. Yes, okay, -y to just give in yes. Okay, stop. Control C, D, X, control something. Okay, cool. Clear is not there. Exit. Initial.sh. Okay, after this we have to run this. with y. This will install Docker, and then the Docker service starts automatically after installation. To verify that the Docker is working, Docker sudo systemctl status Docker. Okay. No, not Docker. Terraform apply replace AWS instance dot walrus. Cool. That will also install Docker. Yep. This is creating. Okay. If this works, then part 1 would be completed. We would have Docker on the AWS machine. Then we would just have to change the port of SSH. Now SSH as admin N6 5.0.251.156 and do sudo systemctl, which will ask for password docker v. Docker command not found. Docker v, Docker command not found. Docker command not found. We messed up with the installation. Docker CE has no installation candidate. Okay, let's do this from the start. This, then this, and then this, and yes. Sudo docker. Okay, shit, sudo docker. Maybe Docker was installed. We had to do sudo docker. Docker v. Shit, okay, so Docker was not installed. Probably something is messed up with this sudo apt install. Run this with -y initial.sh I guess sudo, because these commands are running as the root user. We can remove sudo. Terraform apply replace. This should install Docker on the remote AWS instance. Okay, creating a new instance. Egress rule is fine. Everything is fine. Okay, sh admin 15207236247. Shit. One five two zero seven two three six point 247. Terraform apply. Maybe we are not getting the correct IP address. We are getting the correct IP address. It sits as admin into 15207.236.247. Okay, what? It is working now. Docker v. Docker is not there. Docker was not installed. cd /var log cat or vim cloud init output.log docker.io. No package found. This. Okay. Now these packages were found. APT does not have a stable CLI. APT does not have a stable CLI interface. Use with caution in scripts. Debian, Trixie. I guess we should update apt. Error. There's no installation candidate. These things have no candidate in Debian. We have to do sudo apt update first and then the script. Sudo apt update. Initial script dot sh docker apt update or apt get. We use here apt, so apt update should work. Sudo update apt upgrade update package index. Upgrade this downloads and installs the latest versions of all the currently used packages. Full upgrade optional if update and apt upgrade Terraform remake replace not remake, replace. Yes, that will take some time. We can do a race in that time. Eight seconds creating. Okay. Share. Yeah, 60. SSH as admin into 13.200.1316. Logs. Cloud init output logs. Wait, shit. Debian package does not have docker.io, docker compose, or any of these commands. Install docker on Debian with Terraform. Terraform docker. Okay, that is cool. Docker. Build, change, and destroy Docker infrastructure using Terraform step by step. Build infrastructure. Use Terraform to deploy a Docker container. Change infrastructure. Destroy. Define input output. Docker also has its own provider. That is crazy. Docker AWS. Okay, shit. That is crazy. That is not what we are looking for. Install Terraform. Nope. Deploying a custom Docker app with Terraform. Yes, this is exactly what we need. Docker, Debian. Yep. Provided Docker. Nope. Install Docker on a Debian machine on AWS server with Terraform user data. It's mostly correct, but has a few issues. apt-get instead of apt. apt is for interactive use. apt-get is stable. Okay. Why your original was missing this? Okay. apt-get, don't do this, and y here, substitute apt with apt-get. So apt install docker.ce. All of this should run beforehand. Debian frontend. Docker repo. Sudo system enable. Its problem is not in enabling Docker, but installing Docker. Replace. 3 hours 22 minutes, and still Terraform is not set up. Terraform is set up. Actually, we have made quite a lot of progress. Though there are only two things remaining. Install Docker on the instance that we create and change the SSH port. At the rate 65.2.111. SSH admin 6565. There is literally no change in these two commands. Connection to host this port 22, connection refused, but then it gets takes some time. No matching packages found. Switch into admin 65.2.111.181 and there run cat log cloud init output dot log. Put this in output dot log. No such file or directory. cloud init out. This is not installing instead of okay, and second okay, wait, so I asked someone to refer you. Wait, okay, someone will refer me. Where are you getting placed? Shit, that would be cool. I will get actually placed somewhere. Hopefully she responds. Okay, I also hope. Wait, you are asking people she's in Europe? Shit, that is crazy. IRL, she's in Europe. Mm. And like, what would be the kind of work that I will have to do? Like, what company is she into? You can spill the beans. And I SSH into the and self the script. Then Docker is downloaded. Yes, that is a classic user. Gotcha. When you run it manually, you are in root. Manually, you are in root as an interactive shell with the full environment. When you run, it is a minimal environment at root with path. Okay, this time it worked because you are on the if we change to Ubuntu, let's use Ubuntu. Maybe Ubuntu would work. It, she's in Europe. I just asked her if she can refer me to any junior position if I learn backend and stuff. She said if she knows one, she will. Yep, I will think about it later, kind of thing. And I told her about you. Since you have way more than me, it is easier for you to get hired. And once you get hired, it would be easier for you to do. Yes, it would be easier for you too, because you would have man inside the industry, not inside anything else. And Terraform, download Docker on Ubuntu. Download Docker on Ubuntu, and let's change our image to Ubuntu. Shit, go to EC2, EMI catalogs, Ubuntu. Which Ubuntu version do we want? Docker engine on Ubuntu. Requirements. Install Docker, you need the 64-bit version of one of the Ubuntu versions. Jammy, Noble, which we need one of these. And we have these. Ubuntu Server, Ubuntu Pro, Deep Learning. I guess this one is what we will use. But canonical, Ubuntu Server, long-term support, 2.04. 2.04, I guess this is Jammy. So cool, this should work. We'll just change the AMI thing. Shit. Okay. Terraform, apply. Yes. I have a crush on someone. Shit, you were talking about this at in some other stream also. Okay. Shit, you are very open about your feelings, I guess. I mean, but you should tell the person, not like here shade and shade. If she does something, I'm assuming that she is a she. If she like slaps you or something, then we will laugh and it would be funny. But if you are like serious, then yes, we will not laugh. Okay, and shit. We should have used these commands. This, then these. And then this. Substitute sudo with this. Sudo is fine. Non-docker, Terraform, apply, replace AWS instance dot walls. If shit, my classmate उसको तो बता. Okay, if it is obvious, okay, like that is cool. If this builds, that would be cool. If we get Docker installed, if we get Docker installed with this, that would be cool. Creating a new instance. With Ubuntu machine as such, and now we don't say we do not say admin, we will say Ubuntu, because default username on Ubuntu is Ubuntu 132. Docker can be installed with these commands, but we did run these commands. Yes, okay. I see. Initial here, we have to say yes. Terraform, because when we install a package using this will ask us, do we want to install or not? So if since we are either running a script and not interacting, we cannot type in yes. We can give at the end -y, which just means yes. And this thing might also need y. Should it be update? Does it need y? Such. It does not take y. Okay. Initial sh we have given in y. Cool. Terraform, replace, apply. Okay. I think that person in Europe didn't really like that I asked about you, Shade, since she doesn't know you. Okay, but like you tried. That is cool. It's like actually who you're fighting out there for me. This is admirable. Okay. SH and 5 seconds. Okay. More than 80. Let's see. Shit, that was not even close to 80. This is it. Ubuntu 13.201.180.61. Docker is installed. Docker has been installed. We can make progress. Technically, I am fighting out there for me since you get hired. Okay, that is fair enough, and you're more likely to get hired than me. And if I get hired, I will be able to do something, help you in some way. Okay, we are able to install Docker with Terraform. That is amazing, very amazing. Okay, so out of these things, step 1, Docker installed. Now step 2 is change SSH port from 22 to this. Change SSH port Ubuntu. But I don't think this depends on the Linux version that we are using. Choose a new port. Select the port number between this and this. We will be using 4321. Critical, update the firewall. Critical, very. Firewall is not updated from the machine. It is updated in here, networking. Yep, we just have to add a new ingress rule on port 4321, and let's also allow connection on port 80. Substitute 4321 with 80 and T22 substitute with 443. Cool. Here, okay, just this. There is going to be no conflict. Update firewall, then edit SSH. Oh shit, okay. This etc SSH sshd config. So here we can just say echo port 4321, add this at the end of /etc ssh config, and then I guess sh. Then we also have to reload this configuration file. So apply the changes. Okay, yep. Sudo system daemon reload restart ssh socket and this verify and connect. Okay, sudo systemctl daemon reload and restart ssh dot socket systemctl daemon reload restart ssh. socket Terraform apply remake replace shit. Ingress shit makes sense. Name for this would be ssh and name for this would be http and name for this would be https and name for this would be new ssh. Replace AWS instance dot walls. Makes sense. Should take an IQ test on. No, I mean IQ tests are IQ tests. But yeah, I can say that the reason that you might think that I know more than you, which I do in this in programming, it is not because I have some great IQ or mental ability or some stuff. It is just that I do not waste time, or more likely I spend more time into doing these things. Like, look at this, I've been sitting here 3 hours 45 minutes. If you also were to do the same thing, spend 3 hours 45 minutes on Terraform, you would also get good at it. So just spend more time onto these things instead of thinking about these stupid things like IQ test. Shit, you might get ghosted. 1265.1.127.165. Okay. Wait, shit. SSH did not change because we just did SSH, and also Docker is not installed. How can adding these lines affect all this? Crazy. Terraform destroy. Yes, destroy everything. And also, if you want to become a good developer, which I am trying to do, there was a thing said by Donald Knuth. Don Knuth is the same guy who created, like, popularized the big O notation. He wrote this book, not a single book, a series of books, volume 1, 2, 3, 4 volumes. And yeah, he is very old, and he came to Lex Friedman's podcast, and there he said that one thing that programmers need is the ability to jump between levels of abstraction. Like, you could be thinking about your project in terms of backend and front end, and then it might be required that you have to go inside the backend and look at the code in terms of functions, and then to make some optimizations you might have to go and think even lower in terms of maybe networking, or yeah, just the ability to jump between abstractions. Mental health is not good, so I spend more time chilling nowadays or meditating. Yep, just mental health is crazy. Yep, focus more on mental health in that case. Chill is cool. You can watch pretty cool movies. You want something good to watch, you can watch David Lynch. Check out his things. Check out Mulholland Drive, Blue Velvet, not Dune, he also made Dune, Lost Highway, Inland Empire. Shit, just check out his movies. He is pretty crazy. David Lynch. If this works, it does not. I guess that would be it for today. For now, we'll come back later on the day. Shit. Docker is not installing. Shit. Ubuntu SSH into this with port 4321. Okay. Okay, SSH port did change. It is just that Docker is not installed. I am not so strong of a developer that I suffer from the problem of not being able to jump between the abstraction. Shit. I mean, shit, that is crazy. Okay. The SSH port did change, but why don't we have Docker? We also have Docker installed. I guess it just takes some time. Okay. Terraform. Destroy everything. Okay. Now we will do this by the book. I guess we have completed both these steps. The instances that are running, we have destroyed everything. Yep, all the evidence is gone. Yes, literally terminated, everything is terminated. This one is also terminating. Okay, yep, shutting down. Cool. So everything is off. Everything is off. Cool. There is no instance running. And if we do SSH, no, not SSH, we have the whole configuration. Move output dot logs, remove plan.txt. Now all we have to do to start our AWS instance with the specifications that we want is Terraform apply, and then yes, that will do everything. Trust me, that will do everything. New ingress rule. Cool. That did start up an instance which is running, and it is right now initializing. I guess it will take some time for Docker to install and for SSH to change its port. Let's SSH into it in some time. We will wait for a moment and then SSH into it. In the meantime, we can look up NewVim documentation, Nginx documentation, or this R. Okay, shit. Mod DOM DMK. If you are still here, what do you think R might mean? And let's SSH Ubuntu 13.3.67.112 port 4321. Port 4321. It works, but we were not able to SSH into it the first time. We should be able to. We should be able to SSH into it in first try and not wait for it. Okay, it is still initializing. Wait, I guess we can just destroy the instance without destroying anything else, but it will destroy everything else. Okay, we will just give it some time for it to start properly. This is destroying everything. Apply. We will, I guess, wait for 2 to 3 minutes after this makes, and we can just do this. In the meantime, type eraser. This is creating everything. Cool. Everything is created. We will SSH in a minute. $76. We will SSH in a minute. Maybe it is just initializing right now. Wait, there is no instance here. Okay, there is an instance here. It is running terminated. How to remove terminated instances? Yes, remove EC2 instances from list. Let's SSH now. SSH Ubuntu 13.201.79.2. Okay. Or maybe I guess we should do one more race, because I just want to make sure that we are able to SSH in one go. So okay, almost 80. Okay. Let's SSH and connection refused, and if we SSH again, connection refused. Wait, which is correct? And if we SSH to port 4321, we are able to SSH. Okay, that is good. That is good. That is good. This is good. That is good. In the next stream, we will set up the CI/CD pipeline, and that will be it about the DevOps journey. We'll do Kubernetes and other Grafana and things later on. That is pretty good. Okay, and now I'm tired. Cool. So what we have is we are able to, we wrote the whole configuration using Terraform, in which starts an instance, allows us SSH, changes SSH port from the default 22 to 4321 port, and also installs Docker on Ubuntu. And that would be it. Thank you for being here.